Hello. How's everyone? I hope you're doing good. If you're watching YouTube, you can catch us live at twitch.tv/WeTalkSmileTube. And if you are watching on YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe like, comment, and subscribe. And if you don't see, feel free to dislike. And so anyway, I hope you're having a wonderful day. And let's get into this. All right. I need to check the sound in a second. Let me check sound. They had to deal with it instead of me, but you know what? I still should check anyway. Alright, let me see. Come on. Yeah, you can hear me. Alright. Let's get the game up and rolling. Why am I blind? Alright. No bothering turning the music off yet. I will in a second, because obviously the sound will be entirely different, but right now it's fine. Alright. It takes ages to load anyway. Alright. That's at the end. We'll pause now. It'll take an extra like minute, but I mean it's fine. It's fine. Alright, there it goes. Already mastered. I'll look at that later. I mean, that's if you wondered if they're just trying to milk money. Game's not even that old. Well, maybe the remastered version works well together if it's all the DLCs together. I mean, if it doesn't, then I mean, what's the point? Nicer graphics. I'll have to think that through. Hello, Thomas. I'm glad to hear you're doing fine. I'm okay. Just feeling tired. Cat has decided I cannot sleep. Okay. I was thinking this will load. It was loading better last time, but well. Alright, so I guess we do have. I don't really want to. Yep. Our lovely restaurant. House and place. Oh. Alright, fair enough. Are you kidding me? Also, that didn't come out of that dog. Can we be real here? That did not come out of the dog. Dog is yeah. Alright. I mean, I own stuff, but do I wanna... Yeah, we were gonna work on Uncle's bunker. That's what we have. Go to house. This is our next flipping project. Alright. Alright, I think I did do a little bit of cleaning before, right? Yeah, I think I might have cleaned a little bit. I can't remember though. Or I might just have only looked at the bunker and been like, yep, we'll do this later. This is one way down to the bunker. I mean, I didn't clean down here, definitely, but... Alright, so step one, I think we gotta get rid of this stuff down here. Yes, it's an amazingly cool bunker. This current kitchen setup just ain't gonna work. There's not enough space for anything. I mean, we'll put in stuff back and all that, that's fine, but this bunker is not gonna fly. No. I'm gonna start by... get the place a little bit more clean. We want it to be a place where we're gonna make a nicer bunker, you know? Like... yeah. Like, you know, you might actually want to stay here instead of just... regret life decisions. I mean, obviously it's still gotta be compact because it is a bunker, but... like... yeah, you can still use it as guest space. If you really had to. That's kind of gonna be our concept, I think. Because it's still in the house. There's one spot in the house that is apparently dirty. A couple spots, actually. So, let me see. How many people would actually have lived in this house? 2. Okay. Okay. Don't assume that anybody who lives in the basement, man. That's a bit unlikely. Let's be real here. What? Alright. Wait, we don't want to do that. We want this. Oops, a minute's up. We'll clean up the edges in a minute, but we're just gonna start by kinda... like... we gotta live like civilized people here. Really till the world ends, you know? Yep. Alright. We could even set up a nice garden. Not sure if they care or... You know, we'll do a farm garden. That be very, useful. At least in theory. Plenty of space. After all. Alright. Okay. I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but it'll work. Yeah, I know there's still weeds. I mean, well, they look nice-ish. Like I said, we'll keep it looking nice enough. We'll clean it up a little. We'll give it a farm garden in the back. I liked the overgrownness, but at the same time, you just can't move anywhere after a certain point. So, and it's not like it's actually going to deter anybody. It's just gonna make it more likely that people try to break into your house. So. It could be one thing if you kind of were more out in the middle of nowhere, you know, you don't know for sure no one's there. But hey. Oh, victims. I see. Sorry, I just looked over. But, yeah. It's meant to be the non-assuming bunker house. Well, make sure there's storage and stuff, and probably some resources and everything. Make sure it's got some stock in it so that they can see they've got stuff. I mean, they don't care about their yard, but they really should. Oh wait, or some of these evergreens as well. Alright, I think I've got most of the worst of the grass, and then we can just kind of get the last little bits. I think we can ignore this for the most part, other than like, yeah, we can get these though. Yeah, got this spot and this spot. Alright, I think overall though that's mostly fine. We'll get the last few spots with the bush cutter, which also cuts down these weeds that are thorny and would hurt to try and walk on, especially since it implies this might be a house. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Crap goes down, you kind of. I mean, like, but what if you don't need the bunker for that? What if you need, like, the other stuff? That's kind of where I'm going with the idea here. So we're gonna just kind of. We're gonna give it a bit of a garden in the back. I'm probably gonna get rid of the shrubs. I don't think they care about those anyway. Maybe a bit of a fence. Actually, definitely a bit of a fence. Although not really, because the reality is you can still see through no matter what. So the reality is there really is no need or no point rather toward the fence. Or even the because people can see stuff anyway. Alright, we're just gonna sell these. Tree can't be sold. I don't know if I cut down though. We're gonna leave the trees as they are. The only tree I would even think about is the neighbor's tree, so you know, that says everything. Alright. And I know we should focus on the inside because that's where everything is, but I just wanted to start by kind of having... I'm going to work on the inside as well, cleaning that all out, and then we're just going to have an empty start. And yeah, see, this is what happened. Bad things clearly happened. Apparently these guys don't care about things like that. We're just going to start by... Well... Alright, so we're gonna get out some spackle, and we're gonna spackle up these, walls that clearly need it. That's I mean, like, this place is clearly needing a bit of, like, TLC here. Yeah, I mean, we need things like this in the back, but we're not doing that yet. We'll get to that in a minute. I need walls, and then I need to start with plaster. We just need a bucket of plaster here. Nothing too... Alright. Just to fill these in. Not too many. There's only a few, but... Or I should probably seal the doors as well, and then we'll come back to that. So I can kind of get the idea of the space. I need to make sure there's none downstairs as well. Alright. So I could make the space a little bit more comfortable. I think I'd probably bring back the... I don't know, we'll see. Let me make sure there's no need for plaster down below. I don't think there was, but... Like, if there's gonna be a place that needs the plaster, it's gonna be here. Luckily, it doesn't look like it. Alright. So we already know that it's bricks, and there's... should be some paint over it. It's no longer painted, so we're gonna have to clean that up a little bit. I think we're going to set it to be tiled instead down here. Potentially. Let's see if I can't pick a nice looking tile. Easy to clean is the idea, wall tiles. I don't want it to look too dirty though. I don't want it to be too... But let's go with the... Because we want to go with something that looks at least semi-nice. So why don't we go with... I actually like the idea of just kind of utilizing... I don't want it to be too stark and gray and just drab. That's the thing. I want to use tiles because they're relatively easy to clean. I don't want anything too dark because if you're stuck down here, you're going to want to have something that's at least semi-comfortable. Actually, I think I'm going to go with this color. It's not assuming enough. Yeah, I know. It's not so bad. It's not neutral or anything by any means. Let me be clear here, but... The idea is kind of just more along the lines of... Yeah. Cleaned up a little bit. And yeah, it's probably just going to be green. It makes life easier to just keep it to one color, and yeah, maybe it's not the kindest decision to make, but at the same time, just... I mean, it was just gray before, so it's not like it's any better or worse. Can't do a thing about that, unfortunately. Ironically, might not need to do too much to the space. It would be nice if we could do something to the stairs. Alright. And then I'm just gonna have the whole space up here as well, kind of just... So this space here does just kind of pass through a little bit. And then we'll see from there. Maybe I change the color a little. But if I want to put this here, though, and here, and here, it works. Ish. It works enough. Alright, so you can walk through. We'll see from there how many I have left. I don't think I have enough anyway, so I might not use these. Clean up a little bit, though. Chocolate tiles would be useful. What do you know? I might get rid of them. Make life easier to just kind of have the one color be the entrance. So, see, we've got nice, it's neutral enough for like a way down. Might have a different color actually in here. And then maybe it's just the ways out to a degree. That way you know. Even if you have other things in here. And then the area that's actually for more living in and all that can be more, be something else. A way to mark things, if you will. I think it looks good so far. All right. There we go. Do that one and then do this one because clearly that's going to be a problem otherwise. Yeah. Like I said, you don't want to go too... You want to feel comfortable, but not like crazy out there. Alright, I can get one more package, I think, and then we'll be good there with that color, but... Maybe we do a different color. For inside the bunker itself. There. That looks nice. I think we can add other things in here. We're probably gonna paint the ceiling too. And I mean paint when I say it. I do. So that. Alright, so for the inside area, I think the color should be a little bit more... We could do a light... I really don't want to do white because I feel like it's so... I think this could be the... No. This could be inside the bathroom. That way, just got a bit of... I mean, not even doing a whole lot, though. Doesn't it feel a lot... Like, it doesn't feel comfortable by any means. I think I would go there. But just yeah. Don't know if I'm gonna have a door here or not, so we're just gonna do this for every way in and out. Just feel kind of like, yeah. There. And then the middle area, oh, I did have, I think I want to do, I want to see, I think I want to do Barcelona. Bit strong, maybe, well, it's neutral enough for a main area. And that's kind of what we're going for. And again, the idea is that in theory we could actually clean this up. It's just a texture. This is black. But they just kind of filled in. Not harsh. Necessarily. Like, I'm trying to make it so that maybe you'd be okay with living here for a bit, you know? That's the idea. Like before, it was utilitarian, which utilitarian is good, let me be clear. But, like, not everything. Also, I think if it had been me, I would have made the bunker bigger, but that's just me. I'm not our serious uncle that had us, Hey, Toga. There. It might be a bit much, but it works. And then for the floors, I want to do... I don't know if I want to do a tile. Tile would be the best bet because it's still cleanable. But maybe something a little less... I mean, not that these are very cleanable. Clearly looking at them. You know, we're just going to assume... I'm not looking at the right spot anyway. But what we're going to do for the flooring is we're going to use our imagination a little bit, potentially. We got some here that don't look very natural anyway. Necessarily. I mean, they totally do, but we're going to say that these are not really wood. It's a laminate that looks like wood. Potentially. Or it could even be wood, but only for the main section. But you know those, like, ceramic tiles? I mean, this honestly looks very much like it. I don't know if you've ever seen them. You know the ceramic tiles that look like they're made of wood, but they're really made of ceramic? And that's what we're going to be like this is. Because really, do they care? No. So it's wood, quote unquote. Just adds a bit more light to it. And then for the ceiling, we're just gonna go... We're gonna need a whole big bunch of white anyway. We're just going to the bottom, because that's where it is. We're just buying white paint. A big old... Because we'll use this upstairs as well. And the idea is just that it's been painted over, and potentially also, you know, plaster and all that. Just to make it feel a little bit lighter in the house. I mean... Like I said, you don't have to have it be the most miserable place on earth. Feels lighter, nicer, and comfortable. Right. I don't think I got this space yet, but this is the last one. See, you never know you're not outside. If not for the lack of windows and, you know, all that. Alright. Feels much more comfortable now than it did. I think it's a much nicer place to live before we even add anything else. We knew it was night upstairs, but yeah, we forgot to... Alright, so upstairs painting and maybe changing of walls as well. I'm thinking of moving this wall back. I'm gonna be honest. Like, what's the point in this space being so like this? When... Who's gonna see that? Or they're, like, that space isn't gonna really change anything. Ah. Yeah, you're not even gonna notice a difference in the end. Nope, we don't want to go there, we want to go here. Yeah, you'll have, like, no difference felt here. Okay. Oh, oops, I think I messed it up. Yep, I totally did. it's only one. I'll fix. Alright. Also, why? I'm gonna go here again. I don't. I semi get it, but not really. It doesn't feel comfortable. Like if you're buying a house, I'm not even changing a lot. Alright, so the bedrooms will be more in line with each other. Nothing crazy. Alright. I mean, I suppose I could move it in. Like, don't... You know, yeah, we could do that. To really kind of... No, I can't. There's a window. Well, do we care about the windows? I want to change the windows out. So we're just gonna do that. The windows are nice and all, but they're just a little much. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna make this house a little bit more like comfortable. I know I don't really have to focus on this section too much, but like for myself. So moving this over here is the best solution, I think, all the way down. Because that'll just allow the space to be actually still uneven. It's not like there's much room on this side. Well, actually, what would be better? I'm thinking here for this. Sorry, I just gotta figure out where everything goes. Alright, so we're just gonna first put one. Oops. Oops, 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 I did that wrong again. This goes here, and then this goes here. Not perfect, but I feel like that's a little bit better distribution of space now. And it feels a little bit more comfortable to walk into each of these rooms. You're not necessarily gonna be like, what the heck? Bathroom is definitely leaves much to be desired. But I'm not gonna necessarily change that up. I think that would be a bit much. Also, why is there... But basically what we're going to do here is we're going to make this a bit more like it's a bit of an apartment on each side. Potentially. Oh, I can change things up a little bit, though. By here. How far does this wall go on this side? It doesn't really go very far. Put 2 in. If we put this here, it's not a lot of space, but it's an entire spot more. Technically, make sure I've done this right. I think. I mean, like, yeah, it's here. I don't know. I don't really mind the idea of just kind of bringing it out. To match. Alright, just to figure out where everything is. I mean, I don't really need to go all the way to there, but I actually kind of like it because it kind of separates this space, I guess. In a nice way. And then that opens up the bathroom just enough more that I feel like I could actually do something with it. It's not bad, and honestly, overall, I think space-wise it's a little better. Kind of have it like that. So then what we do is we'll put one on this side. Actually, I'm going to put it a little bit more on there. And then that feels just a little bit more... Or maybe not. Maybe I do what the full... Just so it's like, it's just another door. Like, of all the crazy spots that they kind of went with, it's like, why is this one so... There. I mean, it doesn't feel bad. It feels comfortable to walk in like that. You can have a little area over here, and then you can have those there, and then this comes into here. I like that. Let's remove these. The entire thing feels just a little bit more organized and put together now. Which says a lot. And I know the big draw is the bunker, but like... Really? You'll have a TV. You doom scrollers. Get a phone. Now upstairs I think I want to do more paint, whereas down below obviously was more... it was all tiled, is the idea. I think the idea that upstairs is not is kind of nice. Let's go with a nice pastel purple for this space here. Oh, is the sun coming up? Yeah. And that way we could just kind of have... As I said, it just kind of feel a little... I mean, I know we could technically go for a more beigey color than they can paint it now. But I don't know. I kind of want to just... Like, they're gonna go over it with kills and stuff anyway, so... Giving a, it could look as nice as this kind of thing, I think is just fine. There we go. Just feels just a little bit brighter, a little bit nicer in here. A perfect, unassuming house. What you think? I mean, yeah, maybe it's a bit bright here, but... I think that's fine. Alright. Let's actually do a blue, or maybe... in this room. Find the blues. I'm gonna do... I'm gonna do frosty weather. Easy to color over and just will look nice on the walls. Especially for a bedroom. Slash, potentially we can make these into apartments. I think we have the space to make an apartment here. If you will. And then you'll have the bunker down below be the place where obviously is the bunker. But therefore, necessarily could be. Or maybe we could still have the main area, but I just feel like these rooms are so big. They're almost as big as, like, the main area. What do you think? Oh, I was more talking about, do we make these, into more of an apartment instead? So that's what I'm thinking. I think... it does a good job in kind of filling the whole area in that way. And then they have a shared bunker, but basically other than that, there's no, they're just kind of... not interacting. I mean, I guess we could still have a big mutual kitchen outside. But I'm thinking, like, maybe more of the space is kind of, if I, especially if I'm right and there's just, like... What do you think? There we go. All nice and cleaned up. in case the door doesn't cover, but it should. Because obviously they'll have to share a mutual bathroom. I've already decided that, but... not much they can do. Alright. Painted, clean. Alright, I actually want to change our doors. Alright, door. I don't want anything too fancy. Just the 2-meter. 0.75 is too small, right? So we want the 1 meter, right? Yeah. Alright. I'm thinking we can go for a much more kind of simple door here. I don't know if I would do pastel. Dark door have. That doesn't really do much. I'll look for that part of the frame. The door can be a more purpley color. Blue. Brown. Probably too much. Maybe that. People definitely. Don't know what that is. A lock. Yeah, that definitely is. Yes. Yes, make them a bit of an apartment instead. Okay. Oh. Oh wait, did I go on the right side? No, I totally did not. It's meant to be on... Wait, what? Okay, this is meant to be on this side. The idea... There we go. They even have the little people and everything. We'll definitely have to paint the outside as well, but I just think that looks a little bit less, intimidating. Backdoor can't be that, though. Backdoor needs to be more... kind of chill. Think about this. There, that's nice enough. My house definitely feels a little bit more comfortable like that. Alright, if we're gonna make this... No, closing the bathroom door. Alright, so actually we need to tile this section. And while I didn't tile anything else, yes, we do have to tile these. We could have... It'd be a little bit more neutral here. This isn't a place to live, you know? This is just a bathroom. I also go with there's no way there'd be windows on this bathroom unless the window is up high. We're supposed to assume these guys are prepping for, well, you know, the end of the world. There's no way they're gonna trust anyone not to come into the backyard just to look in the bathroom. Which, I mean, fair. Alright, there's not a lot of space in here. It's really not at all. But now that we've changed it up a little bit, I think I'm gonna remove these and adjust them just a little bit. So, also flooring. The floor here should be... Why am I blind? Because I am... Floor ceiling. Alright, we're gonna do something... The entire idea here is it's just... Assuming. That'd be a bit much. That works. Alright, and then out here, we're gonna go for more panel. I kind of like the idea of doing these. You like color? I like them a little bit neater though. Yeah, that could work. That feels kind of cozy. I'll change that up. I'm also feeling a little rustic, I guess. Yeah. Oops, I need to add a little more here. On this side. And... there, perfect. Our inside of our house is nice. Oh, then we need windows. So... windows. I don't want anything too fancy. I just want something that feels... like it could be. What is this size-wise? Actually not too bad, although it's maybe a little bit too big. Or not, maybe I'd put 200 by 200. No, it's 200 that's the problem. 150 by 200. That could be nice. 250 by 150. Yeah, we could go there. I'll have to get more paint and paint the insides, I guess, but it's fine. Alright, we have American oak, deep chestnut, and gray wood. Cool oak. No, it could be black. Looks nice enough, other than I'll need to buy more paint. I didn't think that through. Forgot that side. Alright. Should look nice from the outside, actually. Yeah, that looks like it could fit. It's a little off, but nothing crazy. Maybe. There we go. I mean, we don't need 2 radiators anyway. And we could have a bit of a kitchen in here. Or we could have a kitchen in each of the rooms. Depending. Let's see, how does this look from the outside? Yeah, it feels pretty bright and comfortable. I think it looks like it could be totally fine. Hiding away what's really happening here. Honest. Alright, so... Get the paints back out. At least get the apple green. Nice. Now I gotta figure out what the other colors were. I'm so brilliant. The purple was... Is it pastel? Yeah. Alright. Perfect. Oh, wait, I need to do it on this side as well. And I had to... Windows. You know, I'm not thinking things through, can I? Make sure everything's painted. Alright, that'll be the last of this paint, definitively. Get this one back. Could be either the blue was blue chalk. No, it wasn't blue chalk. It wasn't blue chalk. I thought about doing blue chalk until I decided to do frosty weather. I have to think that through. Alright. Okay, gotta go back to the Full green here. Oh, oops, we don't want that size. Full size. We can fix this again. But let's fix the other side here as well, so we can see it. All right. All painted. Do I really want to do it? Like, I'd be half tempted potentially, I guess, to maybe put like a little window at the top. I just don't really want to. All right. So let's start by adding in a bed and just seeing how that feels before anything else. I don't want to do a double bed because I don't feel like that really makes a whole lot of sense. Well, maybe. How big is the double bed? Even then, it's kind of small. If I could do the first side, that'd be great, but I don't think I can. Let's go with... feel a little bit more luxurious. Actually, these should be the ones that are more... yeah. It should look okay in this room. Alright, so we have a double bed here. With all the storage you could need. We're still gonna, I'm still gonna have the kitchen area out here, but I think that's gonna be the only thing that's out here, basically. You can have the little, like, hangout areas in each of these, basically, and then it's a shared house. You have to share the bathroom because there's only one bathroom, and you have to share the kitchen. But other than that, you live your life as you do. I do wish the double bed could be facing the other way. It is a little frustrating that it only faced one way. Although, did I do that right on this side? Come back to this. Yeah, I totally did that right. Alright. Well, I guess technically in this side... let's do, for this one, a more bleak feel, I guess. You can use the same black sheets in a myriad of ways this way. Alright. See, I like the idea of having the extra space, but we're gonna do it like this. They keep their bed here. Much more space for them to use, but not as nice looking. Yeah? Alright. So shared kitchen. I might mount the radiators once I've decided where things go. I might not. I know... okay. Furniture in the kitchen. I just want to do something nice and basic. Take a sink. Weirdly, it fits. I want to do something simple. That's white on the front. That's the hanging cabinet. Okay. There's gotta be a corner piece. That's the that's the hanging corner piece. So what we could do here, pull this over here. Put this in so we can figure out exactly how it fits. Perfect. Pull this back over. And then we can have this. Oh, wait, that's a bit too small still. Do we have a slightly wider? Yes. That fits perfect as well. Perfect. I think I picked the right color. Whatever. And then you can have a little extra. On this side. And then we could even, just to kind of complete it, we could put the fridge like this. Normal kitchen-ish. I probably would like another piece here, but I don't know. Oven. The oven. We need we need electronic equipment. So this the oven. Perfect. There. A kitchen. Its only purpose is literally the only purpose out here is to have a little bit of a kitchen. Each of these places can have spaces to be in and all that. You only come out maybe to be in the kitchen. We'll probably add like a couple other little knickknacks and things. But nothing too crazy because everything else goes kind of in here. Let's set up a desk. Just go straight up, kind of. But stick to a style that seems, not really this one style. It is really much more of this one style. Okay, so nice basic. And then for this one, some more. Like that. Perfect. Hello, Chris. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. Alright, living room. Each of them are getting their own. Fair enough. If you're feeling sleepy, you should probably sleep. Sofas. And then more of a goldish kind of color. Yeah? Ah. How's that? Okay, give me a second. Let me fix the model. Alright, that's fine. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, there we go. And it's fun, it's fun. Because it's exercise, I have to move. One of them's just a wave of my mouse. The other's an actual, I gotta get up and move around a minute. The one that I have to actually get up for is cheaper because it's one to encourage. Alright, so I'm gonna put a TV. First, I want to change the color scheme up here. Fair enough. Actually, I think I'm gonna do it like that. And then the bottom can be black like that. So it's just kind of a more... For what? I'm not sure what you're talking about, step 2. There. Oh, that's just for when Kenny, or whenever Kenny has trouble with his internet. I don't know if it's going to work or not, but the idea is that because he found that even if he can't chat, yeah, if chat's not working for you, but you can get redeems to happen, that's just meant to be, if you need that, you can try that. I don't know if it'll work or not, but it's from there you can see, but because it's just in case, you know? It legit just lets you chat for like 1 point. If Twitch is not letting you chat for any other reason. Basically. Yeah. It's just like literally because Kenny, because think about how many times Kenny has come in and then he ends up having to use the 2000.1, and it's just like, rather than, I don't know if it's going to work or not. Hopefully it does. But rather than having to redeem his points every time, that just doesn't feel right. It's like, it's just 1 point, literally. If it works. I don't know if it does or not. So that was the idea. Just kind of like, if he's having that kind of issue again. Because you know how Twitch can be. The idea is then Twitch can't talk to speech. No, I do get that, but I don't have that installed anyway, so it wouldn't work anyway. Alright. I want a... Actually, I guess it'd be shelves. Yeah, think. Thing. I like this. How big is it? It's a little big. Is there a smaller one? Or are these all the same? No, this one's good. This one's size-wise good. Alright, so... And to be honest, I did think about doing something like that, but I just, like I said, I haven't. I have to learn how to do that, and I just don't wanna. Anyway, alright, so... What we're gonna do is, this is gonna be... I feel like size-wise it'd be nice if it was a little bit bigger. I mean, that might be a bit big. Yeah, they have their TV. One TV. And then on this one, the TV can be a little bit nicer this way. That's a huge TV. There. Yeah, that's still happening. But basically, you've come in partially through this. But the idea kind of is that I'm trying to go for is, so this is a bunker house, so obviously I gotta deal with the bunker eventually too. I've already cleaned up the bunker. See? See? I've got it's all cleaned up now. I gotta add in stuff, like furniture and stuff, but other than that, I mean, it is distinctly cleaned up. It looks nicer. The idea I'm kind of going with for upstairs is this is basically being treated more like 2 apartments. They share the bunker, but other than that, they do not. Yeah. You know what? I don't like this. I like the idea of doing something similar to the other one. No TV, no information. Dude. But obviously the setup of the 2 rooms is different, so that's part of, like, the idea, is that they'd have different styles and stuff, you know? I liked this. Here, we're gonna make this more kind of almost rich feeling, I guess. And then we'll do the same type of TV. Maybe not. I don't know if I like how big the TV is. I feel like it might be a little too big. No. Like, just for using in general, I'm... It's kind of, yeah. Is it pointed the right way is the question. Definitely not. There. I definitely want to move this back, I think. A little bit, but not by a lot. Don't fall. There. So this is this one's area like that. The other one's over there. I could have fit in a little area just kind of for... I think I could still, maybe. I don't know if it'd be very comfortable, but... Let's just try and see if we can't fit in a table. It's really tiny. Just type in table. What we got? So the problem is I want something that kind of can go along the wall. Yeah, none of these really... You got the coffee table, but that's not really what I'm looking for, is it? This table is just too long. How big is the table? Do I think it would fit? No, because I really want it to be long and thin. I want a table that is long and thin. You know? Like these... Aha! Hanging tables. That's what I'm looking for. How big is this one? I could do a couple of these and this could have like a little area back here for just eating. Don't you think? Big enough. Gotta do that. Well, it's not really meant to be. It's just gonna have like a bit of a bar stool next to it as well, so they can kind of... I think this side is a bit too thick for it. But that's fine. I can just kind of move it over a little bit. I want a bar chair specifically. Because they tend to be tall but thin. So see, it just kind of like falls right nice and in underneath. I did say we can modify. Can we actually have tablecloth? We can. Alright, we're gonna give this one a bit of a tablecloth. Try match. So it looks like it's got a bit of a tablecloth here. There. I feel just a little bit nicer. And then obviously underneath is just like to actually see, but I mean, I could also just like pull this down a little bit more too. But I don't really feel the need. It's enough to look like it's a tablecloth, but not too much. This one I think I'm just gonna leave it plain as is. But yeah, the idea up here, you like my, I mean, fair enough. I think it's the first one. But see, each of them kind of feels like it's their own spaces. They have to share the bathroom and they have to share the kitchen, but that's all they've got to share. Other than that, everything else is their space. So they've got their space for friends to come over, sit, all that. I'll give them each desk chair. And they have to share the bunker. But other than that, yeah. But considering the idea I'm kind of going with is that for two people who perhaps they feel they need their end of the world bunker, right? But the amount of money and costs and everything is a bit much for one person, so they're splitting the costs. But they're like a couple of everything. So they each have their own space. Ta-da. Concept. They also get to have a slightly nicer upstairs. I want to do the lights. I want something that's a ceiling light. It feels nice, but isn't too fancy, I guess. For the main area, and then we could just do something like this in each of the rooms. I'd like to know how lit up it is. Actually, not bad. That's enough for a room, right? Pretty well lit. So each of them can kind of have their room light. Yeah, I like that. Nothing too fancy or anything, just enough that it's kind of lit up. Alright, and then for the middle area, to feel nicer when it's really not much different, we're gonna go with just a basic chandelier. I literally think that's fine like that. There. See how much it lights up? Yeah, so it feels nice in here. It's all fancy, but it's not like... It's not the main space. Alright, so now this. Installations. We need for up here for assembly. I think I actually want to go with a bathtub because I've added enough room I think I can. Although I was so put on the other side, I couldn't think that would fit better, but you know. Right. Then we can have, let's do a sink. Sink. I don't want it to be too close to that, so... Hoping that'll be fine, and then... voila. I'll probably have to sell and redo, but this is just a start. I want to start with getting our bathroom fixtures. Let's put in a bath. I think the problem with these is that it's going to, yeah, be like that. Although, is that a bad thing? Let's just see how this fits in. Yeah, I think it'd be better if it was facing the other way. So this going here is not fairly bad. Alright, so let's start by readjusting this. I just don't know if I want it in the corner. I like the idea of it being on the back, but there's room. What if I put it here? Will this connect to the side as it should? Yes. I kind of like that better. So you have that like that. Sink. Let's pick a sink now. We're gonna just click on these just in case. On a basic sink. Let's just go with the most basic. How is this gonna fit? Or do I want it on the side here? And then the toilet could maybe go in between. Start with the sink, moving over here now. Like, you have to pay for this, but it's like horrible. Actually, do I like that? Yeah, it's better. I do wish I could put it there, but apparently I have to put it here. Okay. Yeah, and then I guess the toilet goes in between. Like so. Well, I say guess, but it obviously has to. Let's just go with the very basic toilet. There. In all honesty, this is not a horrible bathroom setup. It's comfortable enough. And yeah. But you gotta pay for having a bath and shower combo. That way, you neither have to argue about what it is. Alright, beyond that, let's make sure we have accessories. Kitchen electronic equipment here. Put in a universal cooker. Like so. So I just think that, like, you want that, right? Okay, let's set one of these, just to kind of give the style of how these each guys kind of like live. So I've done the barbecue, and then do this. There. Let's do its thing. We'll come back to it in a second. Nothing. Wait, we can use? That's empty, right? Yeah. There. Food they might be eating. There. I mean, I could wish we had milk, but we don't have milk, so well. Anyway, but I think the upstairs area is basically done, other than I need to add doors. That's about it. But once I've added the doors, the upstairs area is done. Downstairs, as I said, this is the area that's kind of more important. So what we need is, let's do shelf. I know it's the garage shelf that we technically need. Although I wonder if the pantry shelf would work. It looks decent. Nope. Gotta be something they feel they can put stuff on. Alright. Let's do steel garage shelves. Right? No reaction. I guess maybe it has to be survival. Let's try from the survival. Halloween is survival? Survival, here we go. I see bunk beds. I don't know if, but none of these are at all. They were complaining about me getting rid of the storage, so let's go put the storage back. I swear these do count. But whatever. We can have a little bit of storage in here without being too crazy. I don't know if they like anything I've done. Alright. Bathroom. We're just gonna go very simple here. We're gonna have a basic toilet, a basin, maybe a nice shower. Which side was which? I can't remember. I know one of these was the shower. You want a left-hand shower. Okay. Like, still gotta go a little more luxury, right? I mean, they gotta like that, right? Toilet. Basic toilet. I wish there was one that actually, well, I guess there is, but I wish there was one that didn't feel like it was supposed to be a fancy toilet that had a flusher. Oh, wait, there we go. There's one. Nice basic toilet. Doesn't need electricity to work. You'll be a lot happier. Think. Let's just do a very basic sink, I guess. Yeah, I like the dark one because that just kind of gives a little more. Yeah. Oh wait, how's this open? Yeah, I gotta go past the toilet. Whatever. I don't care. Compact sink. Bathroom. Feels relatively comfortable. I think I want better lighting in back down here though. We're just gonna kind of put these and just kind of plaster them. One more. Perfect. We'll match this one up as well. 5. Maybe it should be 7.5. Perfect. I don't know. I mean, I suppose. Yeah. And then we'll have the lights in all the other areas here. Perfect. So it could still feel more bunkery, I guess, without being too crazy. Now here's the thing. I'm gonna set up a kitchen, but I want to set a smaller kitchen here. We're just gonna go for kitchen sets. I have a nice basic kitchen set here. Small kitchen set. Of which we don't have any, apparently. Woot. Okay. Oh wait, I picked hanging kitchen sets, didn't I? I'm at standing kitchen sets. I want it to feel clean. I want to see whether maybe making this like that. Oops, I had the wrong one. It feels a little big, but you know what? It's fine. There. No, I'm not gonna live here. Dude, you're gonna live here. Whether you like it or not. This is just a... Alright, I want bunk beds. But I want something that feels a little bit more... Like, I don't want that. I kind of want something a little bit nicer. Hello, Sippy Jr. How you doing? Maybe that? How big? Do I think someone would actually sleep on that? I don't know. But they might be able to. One bed, okay. That's a bunk bed. 2 people can sleep in that. Alright, I want a bench. And I think that would make that part done. Bench. Let's see what we can get. Let's just pick a very basic... I want something that feels comfortable looking-ish, but not too comfortable. I wish there was a way to just pick benches. But unfortunately, there really isn't. It's like, do you want one of these? It's like, no. You can pick a chair that's bar chair. With a bench, but... It doesn't look very comfortable. The idea is just kind of to... something. The irony is, I think the ones for the corridor feel like they'd be relatively comfortable. Maybe a smaller one. And they still look like they've got like the made of wood kind of thing, but... Okay, no, it has a pillow, okay. Let's just give it a bit of a... So they can't really react to it. And then the hooks can be made like just like that. There, just so they could... Just a place to sit. Like, you don't really want a lot of space. Oh, they do like it. Just enough to sit on, man. Not enough for anything else. Alright, now we're gonna go a little bit more hog wild here. It's the survival aspect. I want a generator. I think I can get one. Yes. I want a basic turbine generator. Oh, these aren't very big. And the backup generator. They like that. Alright, I guess bunker lamps just in case. Well, it doesn't really feel like that because they'll turn on with the lights anyway. But it feels a little bit more, you know? Maybe like this on each side. I don't know. What else should I do? Oh, he's like, I'm not gonna live here. It's like, yeah, you probably are. Realistically speaking. Alright, so we're gonna do reinforced doors on each side. Not that these guys care. There. So that you have the inside that feels more like it could be a house, but then... yeah. I probably would like a few more shelves in this area. They obviously don't care too much about the shelves, so you know. I feel like having a first aid kit inside is important. So I do want to have some areas and some things that I can. Just go like that. So it's like, look, you have a little bit of a first aid kit here. Not really. It's space that fits. I mean, we can put it over here, I guess. Above the everything else. There you go. There. Just in case you need it. But you kind of would want it inside the bunker in case you have to close things up quick, right? I'm gonna probably want more shelves inside, but I want those to be nicer looking shelves. Furniture, let's go for some living room shelves. They can kind of look a little bit nicer. Yeah, these are a bit short. They aren't really great for what I'm looking for. Like, bookshelves aren't bad, but they're just not what I'm looking for this. Well, we could... can this fit here? But it could fit in the bathroom. This was close. But I don't think that really would be very good storage anyway. I want basic, decent storages. Look semi-nice. That's actually not bad. Alright, so this is a decent shelf size. We're gonna make them actually dark. Color? Hold on. I'm not gonna live here. It's like, dude, you're gonna live here. If there's actually an emergency, and this is meant to be just extra storage inside that can fit things. That feels like it could look nice. Alright, back to survival stuff. Survival. Let's just put some basic food containers on the bottom here. There's food. Well, I love that they're excited about food. Not gonna be a lot of choices there. Water containers are good as well. I think this will fit. No. Alright, and I need a place for the water containers, so we're gonna get another thing really quick. Just because I'd like a shelf that kind of holds it. Alright, whether it's shelves or shelf. I'm not looking for it to be fancy or anything. I'm just looking for will hold. You know what? Do we have the 50, right? Yeah. So if we were to put this here, I know he's gonna complain. He's not gonna want to buy this house. Oh, he does like it. This counts as storage. Figures. I'm probably gonna add in a pillar here to make it look like it's just kind of being held up. Or I guess I could add a wall in. I add a wall here. That there. So I'd want a piece of furniture then. Point being though, this is for water. Plenty of space for water. I know it's not a lot of water, man. You can have extra water containers added in. But for just inside the bunker itself, we're good. Like a bit of a pillar though, like I said. Let me pick decoration. Let me just see pillar. What like this? Perfect. Nice. Just looks like it's more a little bit more integral, or it's got a bit more integrity to it. You know? Nice. That's all I really wanted. Alright, so beyond that, we've got that. Let's add a few other. I guarantee they want probably one of these at least. But I don't know if I want to add it like there. I think I want to add it as, again, going back to that whole shelf. In case. Here, we'll do this. By the door. I'm gonna do one by each door. Yeah, see, they don't care. Like, for example, you can put this here. Yeah. And then I'd probably, it's like, whether you know how to use it or not, lady, you would want one if it's an actual emergency. Let's go. And let's go with one of these as well. Kind of could have picked a specific one, but you know, can we put some? Yeah. All right. Again, Good for him. Being happy. But that's just, like I said, you kind of want a certain number of things just in case. Another good example would definitely be a knife. It doesn't have to be for self-defense. I think I'd probably put it here. If this is something like a zombie apocalypse or whatever, right? You're gonna want that for being able to fillet fish or whatever. Meat, all that. Put that there. Some rice is pretty good to have. I mean, they definitely need more food. Lady. It'd be nice if I could, like, stack the bags of rice, but I know I can't. Just enough rice. I think I'm gonna put one of these out here. Maybe I would want to put one in here as well. Yeah. So basically, the idea is if water starts spilling in, then you'll have at least a grate for that. We're trying to think of, like, all the different ways you could have an emergency, or the world could start ending. Macaroni. It's also stable. I should pick macaroni. It's like this other food and also it's like, dude, I put quite a bit in here. Because, you know, gotta prep. What if you need... At the end of the world comes and you're not ready? You really want to be that person? How much they approve of how much food we have in here. It's not much, but maybe I'll survive. Like, food. Yeah, we want some... Actually, probably we would want gas cylinders, but I think the gas cylinders would be better to go outside of the actual bunker area, potentially. You bring them in when you need them. If you need them inside. Maybe one inside, but you don't want to be, like, too foolish about this, right? Doesn't really sit on the top. The hair? No. Alright. So the ones outside I think are fine. The gas canister inside is probably smart. Again, if it's not a small thing and things go crazy, you're gonna want the ability to go out and get gas. Should you need to. I mean, obviously I think this is a different kind of gas, but it doesn't matter. Point being, if you need to go out and get something, it's better to do like that and stuff. Let's see, logistically here, what else do we want? In all honesty, we probably want, I mean, like, you don't want to eat those, the macaroni and stuff alone. Tomatoes. Canned meat definitely feels like it probably... It's not gonna be tasty at all, but... They're like barely enough for a week. Alright, I do need to turn the light on here. I probably should put a shelf in here as well. Don't have a shelf anymore. Just not that they care, but you know, just make sure you are at least partially stocked. Again, I mean, this isn't going to last forever, but realistically speaking, what are you going to be able to do after a certain point? I do wish they had bars of soap that just could be bars of soap. That would make it a lot easier. What we're gonna do is we're gonna be like, this is meant to be, this is representing that idea, even though obviously it's not. There. 6. We'll just say that's an okay start. Here, since they're not planning on. What do I think it's gonna, the one guy's gonna complain? He did not. There. Life is good. We'll add more food now, but other than that, it's just kind of the idea is just to kind of. Here, you'll want some canned tuna too. I really was expecting to be able to stand on. Give me a second. Oh wait, you know what? I saw a box. There. It'd be nice if we could, like, stack these, but it doesn't let us, so we cannot. But yeah, if I could stack them, I would. I'm not sure how long they think they're just gonna survive for on this. Canned food. Just says food. Well, what kind of food? Who knows? These guys don't care. It's edible. In theory. Okay, let me just move these around a minute. fit this. Alright. Alright. Peanut butter. We're gonna face it this way because we're gonna assume it could be anything. It doesn't have to specifically be peanut butter. It could be almond butter. It could be sunflower. Let's not assume. This is what you call a real food supply. That's something. The large one? It doesn't feel very different from the regular one. In fact, it looks like it's smaller. That's enough food. That's not very much food at all. Like, what do I mean that's enough food? You know what? This is taller, right? Yeah. Move this in here? Yes. Perfect. And we can get some more tall ones. That feels like it. I don't feel like it's enough really to live up, but like if the initial, whatever the initial emergency is, that's kind of where I'm going for. I'm not really going for anything like more than that. The fact of the matter is, no matter what you do, you're not going to be able to survive that. Longer than that anyway. So the initial, probably a week or two. You're gonna have everything you need for that, but once you kind of get out of that, you're probably gonna need to try and go out and get more stuff anyway. So that's kind of the idea with what I'm doing here. I'm not focusing on making it like fancy or anything. I'm just literally going, yeah, this would be effectively, this is your first week of food. Then from there, you're probably still on your own anyway. We're gonna have plenty of nuts because nuts can. Well, the soup is okay. You want to have that protein. Pickles are good as well for that. There we go. I mean, they didn't have no comments on pickles. Let me think. What else do I want to put on this? Probably more fake meat. Or not fake meat. It's canned meat. But it doesn't say it's like... It's just meatballs. Or barely enough for a week. It's like, girl, you were happy about it a second ago. But it also depends on how many people are here. If you're alone, you could probably survive a couple months off of this, honestly. But I'm assuming they wouldn't be alone. That's why I'm kind of going. I mean, they wouldn't be fun meals. They wouldn't even be great meals. But you could survive. It's just a little annoying I can't stack the tuna cans, because I feel like I should be able to. Okay, I could put it on that, but nothing else. Alright, like, I'm not gonna subject them to the chickpeas. I mean, maybe they like that, but they can have that themselves. I don't want to do too much tomatoes. It's just a nice way to kind of have a little bit of flavor. I do feel like it's a shame they don't have anything like canned milk or dried milk that you could then mix. Because then you could have, or if it even like condensed, like if there was a condensed milk in here, you could have that be for something sweet. Yeah. Let's give them macaroni. Very filling. Again, I would probably, if I could do what I want to do. Alright. Last little bit to fit in there. I don't know what this is. But what is this? It says it's package. You know what? This would go on an outside one. Inside is straight up just survival. Water bottles. No, it's not very much water, dude. But for this water isn't for that. That water is for that, and you'd want more than that as well. But again, you'd probably want to try to keep it out here and then bring it in if you feel the need. This is more around the idea of just kind of like, I'm trying to think after everything's gone down. Like, you're gonna want to go out again at that point, right? There's a sufficient amount of water. No, there's not. Not really. You know what, we're gonna move this. Gonna move this, and we're gonna move this here. There. The lady's only thinking like seconds. Like, she's like, it's further, like the initial. None of them really are thinking like overall. Like, if things go south, what you gonna do? would fit. That wasn't it. No, it means it's this one that's out of line? I don't know. Well, that would fit. Definitely doesn't go there. There. Perfect. Yep. The idea is just kind of like I said, this is the if everything goes wrong bunker, right? Yeah, and then we'll have this goes here. Perfect. All the water is fit in exactly as it needs to be fit in. Perfect. Ta-da! So that's I can't really add more water than that. This is just basic, like, yeah. Like, got our initial. I definitely got a couple different weapons and stuff. Boots probably would be smart to have. Here. Don't even care. No, then these can be outside the bunker. Maybe a pair on each side. Yeah. Perfect. The idea being you just slip into some shoes and then some boots and all that. Alright. I'm trying to keep it within the bunker, basically, the idea would be. I wanted a... Let's go with a shotgun. Please go on the wall. Yes. There. With a couple of these. We are not people to... It's like you're not wanting to be someone to mess with. The idea would be that you would hopefully have time to board this side up. The window, not so great. But in theory, you could board that up. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the idea. I don't know. Tell me I don't have any concept, but like I said, I mean, if we had soda, I would probably would have put something like that in here, down here as well. Or some sort of drink. Yep. Because I don't really have anything supply-wise. I would think maybe something like that would be existing just to do the, But, no, they don't have anything like that. So... Yeah, this is the kind of thing that'd be out here. Do they care? You. Oh. This is water, okay. They do care. Cool. The thing that's frustrating is this doesn't count as part of the bunker. Oh, this does. Cool. Alright. Let's add one more. Apparently significant amount of water. Okay, I'm standing here. Nope, okay, put that on the drain. Yeah, I'll do. Alright, and then you'd have one inside, I guess. But the others be outside. Maybe it doesn't go on this side, though. Alright. And then you don't really need the outside roller roll anymore. You have everything you could need for a couple, hopefully not too long. May probably want a little bit more food. Other than that, maybe a TV down here. I might want a small TV. We have... Well, maybe not a TV, maybe a tablet. Can this fit? If it could fit, perfect. Yeah, they don't know. But basically, the idea would be here, before you go out, maybe you check, you know? We could have a radio too. Do we have a radio? Yes. Actually, depending. You want a radio? But I'm also giving you one just in case. You can keep things charged down here and keep the lights on anyway. The idea that you might want to try and see if you can find out if anything else is going on outside. Basically, instead of having a TV, what I'm trying to do is have this. Hopefully you can connect. You also have a radio. Because there's really not room for a TV down here. Just look at the size of the space versus like a TV. It really doesn't fit. Right? Yeah, the radio... Basically, until the power goes down on whether it's the, Here, I'll explain it. So basically, think of it like this. Since you don't have a Nintendo TV anyway, it wouldn't matter for regular TV, but they want something with the screen down here, right? So until the internet would go down, for whatever reason, whether it be power outages or whatever, this would be useful to have to be able to kind of get some extra news other than just what the radio's giving you. Just to try to see if you can't figure anything out. If you don't, well, oh well. Better have some offline games on there. Maybe have downloaded a few shows. It's just a nice little form of entertainment until you run out of power. But, like I was just saying, it only makes sense not to do if you... It doesn't make sense to do a TV either. A lot of people would want to do that, so I'm just trying to do something that's a little less intrusive. The only TV that might work would be this one. Look how chunky it is and everything. Where do we fit in here? Do we have... But see, there's not really space for it. You see why I'm going with the tablet instead? This is like the only TV that might work. Realistically speaking. I mean, they might still want a TV though. Let's see, do they care? Yes. So it's here. It can technically be used, but basically you gotta lug it out. It's not a large one. It's still heavy. And that's only once the internet goes out. So once the internet goes out, there's not really much point trying to do anything else either. You understand that one, Thomas? Survival barrels. Boom. Do we have room for survival barrels? Maybe. They don't care. I suppose technically it'd be a good way to have a tea up. But I need a good spot for it. Maybe... Let me move this a second, see can we fit this. Actually, it could probably be out here. If at all possible. Yes, the amount of water is sufficient. Do you not like it being out there? Nope, they don't care. Okay. So for now, we're gonna have the survival canister here. Put this in. There. The TV can go kind of on top. There. See? So you have a few different forms of communication, potentially. Basically, though, the tablet's just here instead of the phone, because I can't do a phone, I don't think. And you would have run in here with your phone anyway. So that's the idea. Have to finish explaining. Does that help, Thomas? In understanding why the tablet's here. And why it's specifically here, too. Think of it like this. That's one of your entrance and exits, right? Like a door there. So basically my idea was, instead of a phone, you've just got the tablet here, because I can't make a phone, do a phone. Because they never added a phone to this one. I don't think they ever added one to the other one either, but... And then a door. A door that feels... Wait, you know what? First I should make sure it's 4 wide, right? I kind of want to do a wardrobe door. If it fits. Like everybody knows you're in there, right? don't really like how thin that is, though. Do we have a better one? I think that's what I want to go with, though. Basically, here is just a little bit more... Even though we don't fit through it, I mean, they, in theory, probably do. Or could just slip through. You know? Okay. Okay. How's this feel as a bunker? I almost want to make these be more inward. Is that not survival one? Where's it come from? That did. Or was it in survival? It's in survival. Right. I'm actually kind of tempted to actually do this. Yeah. On each side. That way it really and truly kind of just gives off that. Oh, that's better, yeah. And then on this side. Yeah. It's tight. There. Perfect. From the outside, does not feel at all like you're gonna walk in. Like, if you look at the outside, it does not feel like you're gonna walk into this space. How does it? On either side, either. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna get the sewer drain over there. I'm gonna put this here. This doesn't really make sense over here. Alright, and then the sewer grate goes... Any liquid that falls in goes down. Alright. But yeah, so you got these spaces here. There's just a little bit extra space and generator and all that. Then you open the door and it just goes to like if not for the fact there's no windows, it looks totally normal, and totally this as well, but that could be anything. Take a shower. Life is relatively comfortable. It just feels like an apartment. Yeah? What do you guys think? And then the final thing... I want to... I want bark. Okay. Yes. All right. All right. All right. Whoops. Whatever. That's fine. Well, that's all up to here, I guess. Ish. And then... Perfect. And then... Hey? Okay. Right. Whew. Actually, let me just... I hope I can actually do something with this. By the way, I feel like this is necessary, so you know. I wish I could like, raise it, but I can't. Well, I mean, I can, but not if I want to make it look. So we're just gonna make it look like it's more kind of like this. We're using a little bit of yep. Look a little bit like it could be raised or not. You don't know. There you go. There. And finally. There. There. Alright, and then we just kind of... Perfect. Alright. And then we'll do the other side, and then we've got basically our dirt. Garden. Actually, I want to go a little bit bigger. There. A garden. I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but, you know, it works. It definitely looks like it could be a garden, right? Alright. Ooh. Alright, and then around the outside, I kind of actually want to do single color gravel. On all the sides, I just do the square, I guess? There. Like that. Okay. Okay. So this is going to be basically cement. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get our fence. I'm just going to literally type in fence. We're going to go with our traditional picket fence. I don't know how big it's going to be. Do a smaller one. There, and then this can go here. I guess, yeah. And then we do the other side. We gotta do the small size again. Maybe instead. Like the. Oh no. Okay. So let's do the small. That works like that. And then we gotta do the gravel. Or bark, rather. I can't see. We go sleep, and then let's continue. I do need beds. Or doors, rather. I have beds. I do need doors. Alright. Alright, and then... Okay. And then here. Oh. That's it. No, that was fine. Oh. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. No, we're not doing that. There. So that looks fine, right? That looks like a proper garden area. Not that these guys care at all. I do wish... This is what they would say. I do wish the DLC, like, interact with each other a little bit more. Other than that, you know, I mean, it's fine. Alright, I need a fairy, What? What about sleeping? Doesn't really seem to be what I'm looking for. Other would be what I would think I would want, but none of these see there, tool shed. Okay. So this is the side that's gonna be the leave it out. Wait, oh, this. Okay. Nice. Perfect. So we got a tool shed here as well. I wish that you could like have the chickens. I think that would be grand, but I don't think you can. Also, I love our neighbors. They've got their lovely backyard and everything other than the grass. But other than that, you know, it looks nice. They've got a pool and all that. Then there's us. I don't care about our other neighbors. What do they got? Probably the exact same thing. No. Their case, they've let it kind of get a little wild. They haven't really cared that much, I guess, in the back. But when they do care, maybe they haven't moved in. Someone hasn't moved in yet. But, yeah. Still relatively nice. And then the neighbors in the back. They got a little bit going on, but nothing too crazy. They got a problem with their house. And then there's us, who's absolutely going to set up a little bit of a, yeah. Alright. So, let's just go for carrots. Do we have a thinner one? I think this one's probably have that. We're not going to worry too much about the carrots being centered. I mean, if it docked points, that'd be one thing, but it doesn't. And this is honestly also just... It's supposed to be it grows. If we're going with the idea that it grew naturally, then that's not going to be, like, Let's do some tomatoes. Let's do these. Like, don't forget to plant them. Me, I'm planning to. I just gotta plant. Gotta put them where we're gonna plant them. Alright, let's put a little cool, like, just fancy apple trees in here. Gonna do that and maybe a large plum. Yeah. Or a large pear, like. Kind of hang over the garden a little bit, but not. I've got a few things to start planting. Clear split. Boop. I know they don't all grow at the same time, and I can't really change the fact that it decides that that's how that works, but... Yeah. Plant. Cover in soil. There. Kind of have a little bit there. Oh, yeah, I do need to paint the house, don't I? Also, there's a whole space up there that really just doesn't have anything. It looks like I should be able to put something there, but I don't think I can. If you were to put a window up there, I don't think you can. It just looks like there should be a window. There's an attic that nobody can get to. Alright, for the outside, let's just paint. Hello, Night. How you doing? I've only worked on one house this whole time. I've just kind of been You know what? We're gonna go with sage. Yeah. Enough. Give me a second. I'll get to that in a minute, but I'm working on this. I want to make sure this looks okay. I think that'll be okay. I mean, it's just paint. Got a minty color to it almost. Good night. You never know that there's a secret bunker. Well, secret yet, I guess. Alright, I will get to doing the jogging. Just give me a second. I'm just trying to go through the front, make sure I'm happy, which is a little silly, but yeah. But I haven't done it yet, but... I mean, in this case, this is not Factorio, so... Yeah. I do wish I could put, like, a window up there, but I can't. I'm gonna add, like, a couple bushes and stuff, and that's it. I did think about doing white, but I decided it seems like it'd be a bit much. Yeah, I think it'll look okay, but I'm not sure. We don't want it to look like a old rundown house. Right? Not after the amount of effort we put into this. We have people to actually, you know, want to buy. Or split buying. Right, and then... Okay. Well, I mean, technically you kind of can. I mean, if you really want to, but... I did think about letting it remain looking rundown on the outside. Because, you know, this is technically... But I was just like, but that doesn't seem make sense in a neighborhood. Like, even if you were to do that, like, here... In a neighborhood that just encourages negative attention rather than positive, if you will. So that's kind of where I was going with it. Because you don't want it to look like it's too run, or like nobody lives here, you know? Yes. I thought about that, but then I was like... modern times, in the year 2025, would I want my house to look like nobody lives here? Or would I rather it looks like it and hopefully discourage certain types of people? So this will be easy. I decided I don't think I would go with that, even if I normally would. Yeah, but the problem is, how far is too far on that side? So I went with the opposite. It's well done enough, especially since I'm settling the house. And like I said, it's less like I try to like focus on kind of matching up with the idea of kind of what everyone else is doing. So doing a little too, like I said, rundown house. I just kind of think would be a little bit. Again, I think if this was in the middle of nowhere, I wouldn't be thinking that even. Middle of nowhere meaning like you know, maybe even just like on the outside of town. Yeah, but how do you do that? Like I said, in a place like this, I don't think that would make sense. I do think it would be the smart thing to do to be like, yeah, it's just right there. But I was thinking more along the lines of like, you're living in a relatively nice neighborhood, just judging by everyone else. I mean, yeah, their yard is all kind of bleh, but um, but they've got a pool on this side, so we can peek into the yards. Like they've got a full-on pool. Um, yeah. Like, if I was to, for like a town like this, I would say even kind of like just, I'd say probably a little bit more that way. More likely in those woods that we can see there, you know? In reality, that's what I would assume there would be more of a, well, not even assume. That just kind of is. It's the concept of living in town and having a bunker isn't necessarily, yeah. Sure. This isn't a nice house, though. So I was trying to go for more unassuming. Paint job looks okay. It's not crazy. You don't know exactly necessarily, because not to the point of being cracked, because that was a bit too much. But like you don't know how long this place has been painted. Try to go with a color that's more meh. Yeah. So see, we're gonna go there. And see, the flowers were already like this, by the way. It just had a bunch of weeds in the front. But it's like, your flowers are dying. So, that's kind of part of the thing I'm left with. It's like, this was clearly a house that basically the uncle left us after the fact. So I did think about it. Like I said, I did think about leaving it run up, but I was just like, for the rest of the neighborhood looking nice, I don't think it'd be smart. Like, our house doesn't scream, we have guns. It just screamed, nobody lives here. So, I did cut the grass, but I'm not really changing the front. I am adding a farm to the back, because I felt like, that would make sense. Oh. Okay, I need more paint. Not a lot. Little. I missed that one spot. There's one missing. But yeah, it's like I was just kind of going more with the logic of unassuming. Like, I'm not removing all the weeds here, because they also look nice, but like, it's not crazy fancy, it's not crazy spectacular. It just kind of looks like, yeah, especially since I'm selling this house. Yeah. You can still see it from the road. And this is the other thing. I was like, I did think about doing like fences and stuff, and then I realized, no, they've got a carport. I don't know what uncle this is who came up with this house, right? But the person who we bought this from, obviously, but it's like, with a carport, nothing can be really hidden. You can't really have a fence. So it's better to kind of make it look, it's nice enough. Even if somebody sees that there's a little, it just looks like it's a little garden, you're not really paying too much attention to the fact that it's going to be a nice little bit here, and then probably adding other, like, edible plants and stuff throughout the whole thing. I did finish the inside. I decided what it's going to be is basically it's the kind of house somebody can, with a roommate kind of thing. 2 people can buy this house. They each have their space. And they have a shared kitchen and a shared bathroom, but that's all they're sharing. For the prepper who wants to still live in town and cannot afford it on their own. I am putting it right against the wall. I'm not that dumb. We'll just kind of do the doors like this, just to kind of look a little bit nicer. On the inside. We're gonna do this again. There. Well, I mean, yeah, except that you have a TV. Multiple TVs in this house. See, the thing is, that's where the bunker is. Whoever built this house didn't really think this through for an actual, house. They did it just cause. Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. If the bunker part is over there, so instead we're doing a nice little veggie patch over here. The bushes that are going to be around the house that are, just like nice, quote unquote, are going to all be edible, like, Ribena, or rather ribes and, blueberry plants and the like. But you would never even guess it. The trees, for the most part, other than the ones that were already here, are all fruit trees. Yeah, there's a little veggie patch. You need to finish, Sam, but I'm trying to finish. I'll do the jogging while I'm explaining, but the idea I was kind of going with is it's just like, there's only so much you can do when you're in the middle of town. It's clearly that whoever you bought the houses from Uncle, right? They didn't do it to be a prepper. I mean, they had all the prepper stuff, but it was... No, it's just that it's three... He's gonna start crying soon. And I have been going for 3.5 hours. To be fair. Anyway, but beyond that, basically, so I decided that instead of trying to go When I would have it done if it was like any other, I was just like, with the way it's done and everything. I feel like instead you just kind of have to have it be more, like the garden out in the open. I feel like just as like a little vegetable patch, nothing that looks too, ish. Probably will even enter it into the garden if I can, or the garden, the bunker is done, by the way. That part I did finish. Alright. I don't think there's much else that I can really do with... I guess I can add a fake hen house, since it won't count the real one, guarantee. There is one. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. It's a lot harder to go, oh, look, that person is absolutely... It's like award-winning garden, you know? 3rd place. That's kind of the idea. Exactly, I know. Alright. So I'm gonna do... I know there's... Let's put tomatoes on either side of the carrots. Actually needs to be here. Yeah, exactly. Even an honorable mention works. The idea is just kind of... hidden in plain sight, I guess. Really? None of the other ones are going to start? We're done with these? Fine. Why don't you... No, you can't do that in this one game. I get what you're saying. I would otherwise. You... Yeah, man. Okay. And then there's 2 left. Okay, and then we could put all these in here. We could do the same thing here. There we go. I probably want to get the pumpkins, I guess. Right, and finally this one. Okay. Perfect. Okay. We got some tomatoes, got some carrots, got... Let's put in the pumpkin here, I guess. Maybe not here. Maybe the pumpkins can be more like along here. That. Or magic garden. Cucumbers though can go in here. Okay. I guess let's pick some lettuce. I'm having trouble seeing, which is making this difficult. So let's go sleep and let's finish this off. I'm super close to being done. But not quite. Sleep till morning. Alright. Alright. Well, nature isn't perfect, so you know, you got that, but... There we go. And then finally, even though it doesn't make any sense at all, I'm gonna probably put some grapes at the end here. Let's just do some of these. I'm probably not gonna make my money on this one, but I was just so determined to kind of make it fit and make sense. And have a bit of a luxury bunker as well. I mean, not really luxury, but you know, it feels... I've got one that actually feels kind of nice to go into. I'll show you in a second. Alright. There's our vegetable patch, right? Alright. This just feels kind of nice, like that. And then, ironically, we can also kind of quickly... If you want to go for something a little bit less, obvious, we could do something like this. Potentially. I get the ones I can do. Yep, they all do. So you know you've planted them successfully. That was one of those. And then the last one. There we go. Made it look kind of nice, you know? To be honest, if we had some nasturtiums, I could put some of those in too, but I don't think they have nasturtiums in this game. Or the other one. And you can also take some ribe here. Let's do white currants. Hmm? What? Oh. And yeah, you can eat currants. See, it looks all nice, it looks pretty, but in reality it's food. I should look to see if they have any nasturtiums. No. I don't... Nope, they definitely don't have them. I don't think I'm completely spelling it right, but... It would probably be if they had them under flowers. They're really pretty little flowers. And they are edible and have a peppery taste to them. Yeah. So just kind of a few different types of edible plants all the way through. I would do others, but they just... Yeah. I think this is basically pretty good at being done, all things considered. And yeah, we have a shed. I don't think there's anything else that is counted towards. The other thing to maybe do would be to kind of have... more, maybe to, I know I saw raspberries in here. I'm gonna put the raspberries here around this thing. gonna do tomorrow? You don't necessarily know what this is. This could be a fountain for all you know. Ta-da! Or rather, on Monday, Minecraft. You want Minecraft? Okay. Other than that, maybe... just to kind of have something a little bit more... Maybe not sand. Just, let's do the single color smallest, and then we'll just have to do the yellow. Kind of like that. Yeah. Yeah, it would be like that. Alright. Doobie Twitch. Alright. Alright. There. What do you think? I guess that just kind of works like that. But then maybe adding a little bit more like this here. There. A walkway right over to the yeah. Perfect. And we can even just kind of add a little bit more here. There. Doesn't that feel kind of natural-ish? Alright, so did you want to see the bunker that is now done as well, by the way, Knight, before we finish? Alright, I do try to finish. Do we have any grass? I think enough. Kinda. Ayo. Kind of like the idea of just something a little bit extra. I don't know. I mean, it looks, but it looks too weird with it. I wish I could like grow grass in just a little bit, like I could go and like set it to grow for a certain amount. Then I would probably. I didn't want it as high as it was, but I do want it like a little. I do wish I could have had it like a little bit higher, but you know, you only really get so many choices. And it is one of those things that I feel like, and I don't think they ever solved it with the Sun game either. So it's just kind of like, yeah. I guess I could try and do some little flowers if I have any here or there. How big are these? Kind of like that. Maybe they look a little bit like they've grown. Oh, we could do daffodils. Kind of like they sprung up here and there. Ayo, by the way. Not really much I could do about it other than that. I'm sorry to hear that. Not too big. I was trying to add some little flowers, well, just to kind of. I do wish I could put that like up as well, but that looks too like fancy. Anyway, welcome back. I wish we could do more like wild vines, but it does not like that. It does not want to do that. It's like, nah, you can't do that. Oh, they were already on the property before? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Can't do that for yourself. But I don't really like that. Anyway, I was trying to kind of like just present, maybe there's some flowers growing. Maybe the lawn isn't quite kept. Because I would like to, if I could have had like a slightly, like not. Well, I was more meaning, like, for example, one of the things that frustrates... It didn't get out of the Sun game either, so it's just like, it still was a frustration. Just to be clear here, but grass height. I wish the grass could be... Because, like, it was too high before, but... So I had to cut it. Especially because it was full of, like, nettles and stuff, and I just was like, that if I would be working here, that wouldn't make any sense to leave that. But I wish I could have it where I would have it like a little bit higher, like maybe there. Not all the way up to like here, but in general, but just like a little bit, enough to be like a little scraggly. That's another thing I feel like it would have been nice to kind of have. Not as a negative thing. Anyway, do you want to see the bunker before I finish doing the stuff and selling the house? See? And this is how I've hidden the bunker. It's just like covered by raspberries. Alright. There's one the thing that's insane is it's like there's an entrance outside and an entrance here. Alright, so here's our way in. Oh, I do need a light in here. Put a light in here real quick. And then we'll just go put... I do need new light switches, so I'm probably gonna also need to do that real quick. We're gonna put this, like, here, so as you come in, you can turn the light on. Actually, I'm gonna finish the outside. I'm putting these outside as well. I don't think I have any. And I forgot to put a light in here as well. I'll sell that. I'll get rid of the other one. There, that should be all the spots that need a light. And the light in here can be something like just let's just do the same thing in here. Perfect. Every room. Is done. Perfect. Alright, so... Oh, whoops. Except for one. Actually, this is more likely to be here. Because when you come in, you want to turn on the light immediately. Alright, now that I've done that, I'm sorry I had to get distracted and do that, but it can't have that. Alright, anyway, so let's go to the bunker. So this is the starter, the beginning area. I figured that they could fill this area themselves. So, you ready, Knight? Ready to see my bunker on the inside of the bunker? So wait, just in case you've crashed again. Alright. Here's the inside of the bunker. There's the actual inside of the bunker part. Got some guns. Got some supplies. There is a bathroom. You do like the kitchen? Fair enough. I wanted to... Basically, since it's so compact, and this is the area I feel like would be the actual bunker. Yes, technically this probably also counts, but, like, this is all, like, bulk storage and stuff. The same on this side. Like, you don't really want to... You want to be able to lock people out, so... I was trying to utilize this space the best. I gave... And... See, Tomas does not think it makes sense to have some form of, like... Well, see, here's what I was thinking. I was thinking, like I said, this is for in town, for someone who's, like, splitting the cost with someone else. Beyond that, the fact is, it's like, if you're going to be... In such a tiny room, especially if you have actually got two people here, you don't want it to be just blah and just drab. Also, everything in here is meant to be cleanable. The idea is this is all tile. Even this, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there is a type of ceramic tile thing that looks like wood. So we're just saying that's what this is, even though technically it's not, but space for our weaponry for when we have to go out. Plenty of food. Water, a bed, 2 beds actually. Got a radio, a tablet, and a TV for the various things. So obviously, well, it probably won't work for long. I just figured, you know... I mean, technically I could, but I don't think anybody would ever be getting to sleep, so not really. And as I said, their bulk storage is still technically out here. If they need to grab stuff and drag it in, they can, but the idea was basically like, this is the first 2 weeks to 2 months, depending on how frugal they are, how careful they are. And I would assume that they could probably put more cans of tuna in here. I just can't stack them, which is annoying. I probably should put a light in here that doesn't require power. Yeah, but they can have their own pictures now, can't they? I'm selling the place. Actually, probably you would want a candle. I guess it's a standing lamp, technically. Yeah, let's put let's put this in here. I think that would make sense. The idea would be that they can put their own stuff in there. The idea is to just kind of show what you can do. I wish there was a flashlight. Nah, there's not. There's not even a flashlight. See? Like, you've got the survival section, but there's really not that much to it, unfortunately. Yeah, that's what I would do if they had anything that really kind of fit that. Candle is a good extra as well. Or rather a lantern you can put a candle in, because then you can make your own. But yeah, they don't really have anything that would make sense for being battery operated light. Or to make to be counted as that place, is that, you know, that these would all have wires. Or they would be a candle. I wonder which one size-wise matches. I'm gonna think the bigger one. Yeah, so we could have like a couple of these too. Just in case, you know. Probably put them out here. If they want them, they can have them. If they don't, they don't. But that's just kind of the idea that I was going with. It's just, from what I can do, the irony is that they're, like, I don't think any of the developers would actually necessarily be able to survive, realistically speaking, if this was what their idea of survival was. But, you know, I did as good as I could. And as I said, I tried to make sure there would be things like a knife in here for... Obviously, this isn't necessarily the knife you'd want to use. But as far as, like, being able to clean... Like, if you had to hunt animals, something more along those lines, that's why that's there. Even though, like I said, I don't think that's the kind of... Like, that's quite exactly what I'd want there, but... Either way. I could put a knife block in as well. I think. Let me see if they have any. But I think the knife block isn't very... I swear they had one. They may not call it that. They have knife poster. Okay, they have a knife holder. Yeah, see, this says everything, and that was only added with the most recent DLC. We can have that too. I'd probably put that in here. That as well. There. That is like, but I don't think that would be great. Yeah. That's as big as we can get. As I said, survival-wise, their idea of survival seems to be very limited to, like, movies and stuff. And because they didn't make sure, like, and here's the thing, like, there are things that can stack. So in theory, these, like, the fact that these don't have any ability to stack at all is very frustrating. Plus, also the size of the rice bags are just, like, if you're gonna fill out the bunker, you're not gonna have this size rice bag each perfectly da-da-da-da like that, right? Yeah. In reality, you'd have the 25, 50-pound bags of rice, and you would stack them. Or you put them in containers. I mean, that's the thing. I'm just pretending those are, like... And the fact that the only options were meatball, canned meat, and canned tuna that you cannot actually stack. Like, that's the thing. You cannot stack any of these. I did try. Yeah, exactly. I would stack them. And the thing is, if I can't get the larger size, yes, I'd get the size, but then I'd like dump them in little piles. They wouldn't be like this. I mean, it's like, yes, it makes sense to have the rice or the macaroni because they are very filling, but exactly. Yep. Or put them in drums. Yep. That's exactly it. It's just like, there's no room for that in this either. This bunker really, for an actual, like, part of the bunker that's usable. See, this is why I was saying this bunker is, like, it's basically a Furshoja bunker anyway. Like, I didn't change any of the walls down here. I would have said you need to either pick this entrance or this entrance. In this case, probably. Oh, yeah. These doors don't have locks on them or have anything that appears to be a lock. Despite being... yeah. Anyway, point being, it's very lacking. I tried to at least kind of be like, yeah, you would have weaponry, but you probably have more variation than this, but enough. Yeah, well, that's all their doors. Have you seen their doors? I at least made sure the one up here has the thing here, so you could lock with that, but it's not really that good. People can break through that, no question. And yeah, like I said, I think to be able to have the size and space to have the storage you would want for a bunker to be able to last longer, I don't think that this room should be a way in and out as well. Or the other one. One way or the other, I don't think that would be great. Yes, it's great to have multiple entrances, but if your size of your is only going to be so big, I'm just kind of left with... to be able to fit the things you need in here, there's not really room. And especially not room for, just, like, actual room. Like, you need to be able to rush in an emergency. You cannot have shelves stacked with stuff here. If that's how you've done this. Like, beyond that, just... yeah. I don't know. But when you consider that none of their bunkers are very big at all, I don't believe. It's just, it's like... and I know it wouldn't be huge, but I'm just saying... the ability to section things off lacks here. Greatly. Like, I probably would want to go... like, I still try to kind of mimic the idea of having only maybe a shower. But I was just like... I did think about doing that, but then I was just like... but there's really not much size-wise. Because none of their showers are smaller than this anyway. Other than, I think there's sort of, but even then it doesn't really work. It's like, yeah, we'll have a nicer shower. It's still not nice. In reality, you would want one that would be able to be water-filled and dripped and blah, but they don't have that. Yeah, exactly. You don't know what the bunker's for. I try to add things that would at least kind of help, like, depending on what kind of emergency it is. So I was like, we'll just have sewer grates on both entrances. A way if water pours in, water drains and doesn't get in, necessarily. That's kind of some of the things I thought about. If you want water to be able to actually do something, you would probably want a water catcher, but... again, it depends on what your emergency is. Yeah, that's not really for a flood. I don't disagree on that. Like I said, just in case it does start flooding, the best we got is just like, there are grates that pour down, but it's not great. It really isn't. It just might help a little bit, and it'll make the person feel better. Yeah, it would work okay for a tornado. But when you consider, look at the left side, those are the people who want to buy a house with a bunker, and it's just like, none of them would want any of this stuff. The reality is, you wouldn't want any of these things like this. This would be, well, maybe the girl. I could go with a girl there, potentially doing that, but the other two, especially the guy who's like, he doesn't even want a bed, and I'm just kind of like, I never said you're gonna live here, dude, but you want a bed just because you're gonna be, like, if you're down here for a long period of time, you need something to put your head on. You don't want to just sit on the floor either. Yeah. The guy in the gas mask is like, why would... I'm not planning to live here. And it's like, then what are you planning to do with it? Like, you want enough food to be able to survive several days, weeks, or months potentially even. In fact, you're the one that the guy at the bottom, like the gas mask guy there you can see, wants enough food basically to be able to survive probably for a year. Judging by the fact that he still continues to say, I could use more. But then he doesn't want the ability to actually stay down here for that period of time. Like, you don't have sleeping bags in this game. Just take... The bunk bed is, like, smallest of the smallest. Yeah. Exactly. What I figured is you can have, even if you have, like, end up having extra people here, therefore, you can have sleeping in shifts where, I didn't really feel like you could fit more in here, and I really don't feel like these rooms would be secure enough to be actually able to be used. That was the other thing I thought about, because it was technically showing the bed, like, the beds were originally, I believe, in here. I was just like, that doesn't make sense. Because that's the least secure place in the house, or in the bunker in general. Maybe on this side, but even then, that doesn't really work. If somebody manages to get through that hatch... Yeah. I figure if you have a hatch and, well, this door doesn't have a lock, we could pretend it has a secure enough lock, right? And with the doors closed, the lights aren't going to be as bright. You're not going to see necessarily something, like, coming from underneath. Hopefully there wouldn't be anything for that, but with everything else that's in this thing, I don't feel like it's just... Oh yeah, that too. I do agree, I do agree. There's nothing you can do with it, though. And that's what I was saying. This is for if you can't afford it on your own and you can just kind of go and, yeah. Concept is quite literally... Because it's in town, there's not a lot of space, da-da-da-da. I do think that you might have a... I don't think... I mean, you might go with, like, a camera out here, potentially. If you're paranoid enough. Yeah, except that obviously the other survival stuff points towards it being more like, oh, it could be a zombie apocalypse, but it's like, doesn't really fit. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna have one of these here. And one of these here. Yep. And you hope that it works. So it follows you. It show you if there's something happening outside, so long as it still works. And voila, now we have a reason to have the tablet. Especially if you can get them working again afterward. Or you have extras down here to put up afterward. Then you have the ability to see if you can go in or out or not. Might even put one here. No. Yeah, all we have are generators. And that's all their options they have are generators. I might want to do a bigger generator. But that'll be it. That's what they have. As I said, all their survival stuff. They think you'd want a hat. Like, sure. We'll put a hat upstairs. But a hat would be more likely just a normal hat someone wears, you know? I forgot to give them the other stuff. But you know what? They can get their other extra stuff. This guy can have a hat. Probably wears the hat anyway. But yeah, no floods. Anyway, hello, Kenny. At least not for long. Hopefully it wouldn't be on the house side, but I do think as long as you can get the hatch closed again, potentially you could have at least a little time. But other than that, no. You better hope this is waterproof and watertight. But yeah, no, this is really just short term, no matter what. Oh, I don't disagree. Oh, I don't disagree. And I mean, obviously, like here in Florida, this wouldn't be able to possible anyway. We don't have the fact the lady, like if you look at the three customers and what they want and everything, the lady wants TVs, and it's like, but the TVs wouldn't mostly work. Other than maybe an antenna TV. That'd be what Max would work. Beyond that, yeah. That's why I made a antenna TV down here, right? An old antenna TV. Yeah. Honestly, what I figure though is, so long as you can charge it. Well, in theory, it's current day. I mean, we've got an iPad. I did decide to put a tablet down here. I figured, you know what? If the internet's not down yet afterward, I would argue that you'd rather have that than the TV. Because at best, like, if that's working, this is working. Otherwise, you have the antenna TV just in case, but it's not likely to work. So you have your radio. Tomas did not believe that the iPad would be better than the TV, so we added a TV as well. But I was just left with, like, if the TV's working, especially with a modern TV, most likely your iPad's gonna work. Or rather, it would be your phone. I chose to make it. I couldn't choose. Again, I don't. I mean, I know a flat screen, but where's the room for the entertainment stuff? We have no room. Where do I put the TV? Look at that. There's no room for anything in here. I literally covered every every single... Yeah, you wouldn't really be able to watch it, though. Especially if your only place to sit is here. You'd have to stand or hopefully sit on the bed. And even then, it's not that great of a view. Like I said, I figured more likely people would have their phones on them. So I wanted to do phones. But, you know, the game has no phones, so that's why it's a tablet. Just explaining that here. The only technology... Yeah, laptop would make sense too. But more likely you just bring your laptop from upstairs. And yeah, I do think they would have a... At least this person probably has one. Blah, 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 blah. But beyond that, it's just kind of like as I was thinking through it, I was just like, you're not going to keep your technology down there. We have... I swear there... Yeah, there's one laptop. They have a laptop. There. So, one person in this household has a laptop. They more likely don't. So they probably don't have a laptop, so... Just style-wise, probably have a desktop. But this person does, so they probably bring their laptop downstairs. Other than that, like I said, I would think phone. Yeah. Beyond that, downloading like a bunch of stuff and all that, you can hopefully do that in advance. Anyway, like I said, I just figured you probably would bring your phone with you, and you probably would want to have like a charger or two down here, but like I said, there's no phone. So it's a tablet. Like you said, time wasters. Download a bunch of games that don't require internet. In fact, bonus points if the games are one of those stupid games that have a bunch of ads unless you turn off the online and the cell, and then they work just fine. Play those. The online part of it might not work, but you can play the game. Well, because a lot of them tend to be actually quite a bit of fun, you know? And time wasting. The problem is that they have so many ads. But, yeah. If they're designed to be able to be played without the Wi-Fi, or, you know, that functionality wasn't thought about when they made the... Yeah, you could just turn it off and the ads are off. I'm not disagreeing. Notice how I put it. I said there are games out there, and the way to find this out is what you do is you set it to, like, first you turn off your Wi-Fi, then you click into the app and click out of it again. Now you go to cell data, turn it off for cell data, and if it still works, you know for sure that there's not going to be any ads. Best way. Just turn your Wi-Fi off and it'll work fine. More importantly, if you are stuck in the middle of a bunker in the middle of an emergency, you know it'll work. Fair enough. There's some that did do work. I'm not going to say them because if then they were to change that, and because I do like them quite a bit. But yeah. I am about to finish, so there's no back. I legit do have to finish. Kitty is gonna... He's gonna probably explode. But yeah. Anyway, like I said, I was just using that logic. I'm gonna see if I can't do the... Yes, we can do this. So, is there anything else with the crop wands? Plant to have key the case. Especially if they're surrounded with natural materials like wood and stone. Type of garden burns the work of dedication. Alright, you know what? We can add a little bit more wood to it. Let me add like some benches in here. Bench. Wood and stuff, yeah, okay. Oh, I know. Yeah, Kitty is gonna explode. I'm trying to quickly finish this so I can finish. I just had the thought of adding a fire pit as an extra thing. Yeah, I don't think I want that. Blah, blah, blah. Is it recreation? So it would be a fire pit. Yeah, it's weird that they go, oh, fire pits, and then it's like none of the fire pits are here other than this. I guess this could be used. Oh, but it's so big. I guess we could add this as well. I'm sure it's more aesthetically pleasing the other way, but like, you're not putting it in there to aesthetically please. Alright. And the idea would be... obviously, you could take the fire pit part out, and then you could make this in. Voila. But for now, it's just a fire pit, because, you know... it looks nice! Yeah? Yeah. Alright, but I do gotta finish that. I gotta go. Another thing I might want to add would be stone. Stepping stones. These are kind of big. There. Alright. No, the logic is... Alright, the logic was that you could turn into a cauldron to use. Potentially, depending later. The fire pit right now is just a fire pit. But think of it like this. You take the fire, you put it underneath. Cook soup. Alright. Oh, shit. There we go. Alright. Now I'm going to enter it into the garden contest and just see what we can do. Alright, so we're on the crop garden. I don't know... plant selection and equipment. Basically almost perfect. Plus 40% to the value of the house. I think that's pretty worth it. And then we'll put this on auction. I get injured, I can save myself. Yes, I got that. Because there's the first game. One bed, definitely not enough. There's the kitchen! So thank goodness for that, I guess. I don't really feel like that's profit. That's 172,000, I guess I spent. 172. It's definitely not 135,000. 135,000 is only if you go by the 150,000 initial price. Alright. Let's negotiate. We're obviously not going to be able to do a whole lot. I think we could do like 5,000. Cool. There we go. Alright, so making our current price. Or maybe the extra profit is it's 84,000 extra on top of the 211,000. Let's assume that's what it is, and that's why it's going, you've made so much money. But see, I mean, look at what it was and what it is. It's just so much nicer. And yeah, I've cleaned up the house as well. And switched out I did change the walls a little bit as well, just because I was like, this isn't good for living in. I mean, I think that was a pretty significant, nice change. Anyway, I do gotta finish. Ooh. I do gotta finish, so I gotta wait for the house to finish loading, and then I gotta go. Can't have some time. Alright, so that was fun. We finished that all up. That was, I guess technically we made a profit. It looks like. Yeah. I mean, not a large profit, but we made a decent one, I guess. So I guess we'll be doing Java on Monday, some Minecraft, before the update comes out, and we're slated to do a bunch of Bedrock. We'll pick the next house later. But yes. Alright, so I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. I hope that you guys have a great, like I said, great weekend. Have a great night, day, whatever it is for you. I hope you get some sleep, Kenny. But yeah, thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. And yeah.